Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The White Raven appeared on the first day of winter, when the Scottish highlands surrounding Hogwarts were blanketed in pristine snow. It glided silently through the dawn sky, its ethereal form barely distinguishable from the swirling snowflakes until it alighted upon the highest tower of the castle. Professor Helena Zhang, watching from her office window in the divination tower, felt her heart skip a beat. In 20 generations of her family's recorded history, no one had seen a white raven, the harbingers of magical convergence, and yet here one was, its crimson eyes fixed upon her with ancient knowing. The castle stirred beneath her feet, a subtle vibration that most would attribute to the shifting of ancient stones in the cold. But Helena knew better. Half witch, half fae, she possessed a sensitivity to magical currents that her colleagues both envied and dismissed. She pressed her palm against the cold stone wall, feeling the familiar pulse of Hogwarts magic, but something was wrong. Where the magic had once flowed like a mighty river, it now stuttered and ebbed, as if parts of it were being siphoned away into nothingness. Professor Zhang, a voice interrupted her contemplation. Turning, she found 4 students standing in her doorway, each wearing the colors of their respective houses. There was Marcus Blackwood, a thoughtful Ravenclaw 7th year, Sophia Castellanos, a fierce Gryffindor prefect, Hugo Whitaker, a gentle giant of a Hufflepuff, and Arya Nightshade, a shrewd Slytherin with eyes that seemed to hold secrets beyond her years. You felt it too, Helena said. It wasn't a question. These 4 had shown unique sensitivity to magical energies in her advanced divination class, though each manifested it differently. Marcus through dreams, Sophia through intuitive spellcasting, Hugo through his connection with magical creatures, and Arya through her uncanny ability to see through magical disguises. The White Raven called out a sound like breaking crystal and launched itself from the tower, circling once before disappearing into the forbidden forest. In its wake, a scroll materialized on Helena's desk, its parchment seemingly woven from moonlight and shadow. With trembling fingers, Helena unrolled the scroll, and the ancient prophecy within sent chills down her spine. When magic bleeds from sacred ground, and balance tips toward mundane found, 4 houses must as one unite before the fading of the light. For those who seek to break the core, believe in justice at their door, yet blind are they to magic's role. In keeping nature's balance whole, the nullifiers, Arya whispered, her face paler than usual. They're real, Helena nodded grimly. The nullifiers were spoken of only in the oldest texts of secret society that believed magic was an aberration in the natural world, a force that needed to be eliminated to restore true balance. For centuries, they had been considered a myth, a cautionary tale told to young witches and wizards. But the signs had been there, the mysterious failures of certain charms, the increasing difficulty in performing complex transfigurations, the growing number of squibs born to magical families. Over the next few weeks, Helena and her chosen students worked in secret, tracking the decay of magical energy throughout the castle. They discovered dark artifacts hidden in forgotten corridors, obsidian crystals that seemed to drink in the ambient magic, leaving dead zones in their wake. Hugo's connection with the magical creatures revealed that even the beings in the forbidden forest were growing restless, sensing the diminishing of their natural environment. Their investigation led them to Professor Augustus Vale, the new ancient runes teacher, whose credentials were impeccable, but whose eyes held a zealot's gleam when he spoke of magical theory. They caught him late one night in the depths of the castle, activating a network of runic circles that pulls with anti-magical energy. "You don't understand," Vale said when confronted, his voice filled with passionate conviction. "Magic is a corruption, a power that was never meant to be. Look at what it's done to our world, created inequality, sparked wars, separated families. The statute of secrecy itself proves that magic and the natural world cannot coexist." But as Vale spoke, the white raven appeared again, this time accompanied by others of its kind. They circled the chamber, their wings leaving trails of silver light that formed complex patterns in the air. Helena, drawing upon her Phi heritage, recognized them as the original runic languages not meant to constrain magic, but to channel it in harmony with the natural world. Marcus's prophetic dreams had prepared him for this moment. He stepped forward, reciting an ancient counterspell that his dreams had revealed. Sophia's intuitive magic strengthened the casting, while Hugo's connection to magical creatures helped him understand the balance that needed to be restored. Aria's ability to see through illusions allowed her to identify the key points where Vale's runic network could be undone. Working together, the four students created a magical resonance that shattered Vale's anti-magical artifacts. But the nullifier's influence had spread too far. Simply destroying their tools wouldn't be enough to restore the magic that had been drained. It was then that Helena understood the true meaning of the prophecy. The four houses needed to unite not just in action, but in essence. Each represented a fundamental aspect of magic itself: Ravenclaw's wisdom, Gryffindor's courage, Hufflepuff's harmony with nature, and Slytherin's understanding of power's deeper currents. In a ritual as old as Hogwarts itself, the four students joined hands around Vale's runic circle. From each, a different kind of magic emerged: blue light from Marcus, representing knowledge and discovery; red from Sophia, embodying bravery and protection; yellow from Hugo, channeling life and growth; and green from Aria, expressing ambition and transformation. The white ravens sang, their crystalline voices weaving the different magical streams together. Helena added her own Phi magic to the mix, bridging the gap between the mortal and immortal worlds. The combined magic swept through Hogwarts like a tidal wave, restoring the castle's weakened ley lines and revitalizing the magical barriers that had protected the school for centuries. Vale watched in awe as the magic he had sought to destroy revealed its true nature: not a corruption, but a fundamental force that helped maintain the balance of all things. The white ravens transformed into beings of pure light, revealing themselves as the original guardians of magic, placed in the world to ensure that the power would never truly fade, only transform and renew itself through each generation. As dawn broke over Hogwarts, Helena looked at her four students with pride. They had not only saved the castle's magic, but had demonstrated why the founders had created the house system in the first place: not to divide, but to ensure that all aspects of magic would always have their champions, working together to maintain the delicate balance of their world. The white raven appeared one final time, leaving behind a single feather that turned into a new page in Hogwarts, a history. On it, the story of four students who discovered that the greatest magic of all lies not in spells or artifacts, but in the power of unity and understanding. And in the years that followed, whenever the magical world faced new threats, people would remember the prophecy of the White Raven and the lesson that true balance comes not from the elimination of difference, but from the harmony of diverse powers working as one. Storie 2. The ancient stones of Hogwarts held many secrets, but none quite as dangerous as the one discovered in the forgotten East Wing during the castle's post-war restoration. Professor Theodora Lupin stood before the ornate mirror, her naturally violet hair shifting to a cautious gray as she studied its obsidian frame. Unlike the familiar mirror of Arised, this mirror's surface rippled like liquid mercury, and the runes etched into its frame seemed to pulse with an inner light that made her metamorphagus abilities tingle uncomfortably. Fascinating, isn't it? The silky voice of Scorpius Snape, Hogwarts' youngest potions master, broke through her concentration. He moved to stand beside her, his black robe swirling dramatically, a trait he'd inherited from his adoptive father, the late Severus Snape. The restoration team found it sealed behind a wall of enchanted marble. Took them 3 days just to break through the protective wards. Theodora's reflection in the mirror suddenly shifted, showing her not as she was, but as she might have been, a version of herself in Auror's robes, standing beside her father, Teddy Lupin. The image sent a shiver down her spine. She'd chosen teaching over following in her father's footsteps, but sometimes she wondered. The mirror's surface rippled again, and the image vanished. "It's not showing desires," she murmured, her researcher's mind already cataloging the differences from the mirror of Arised. "It's showing possibilities." Over the next few days, strange occurrences began plaguing the castle. Students reported seeing themselves in different house robes or speaking with deceased relatives as if they were still alive. The portraits complained of memories they couldn't possibly have, and even the ghosts seemed confused about their own histories. The first real crisis came when Lisa Chang, a third-year Ravenclaw, vanished during Charms class, only to be replaced by a version of herself who claimed to have always been in Slytherin. No one, except Theodora and Scorpius, seemed to remember the original Lisa. "The mirror is bleeding alternate timelines into our reality," Scorpius concluded one evening as they pored over ancient texts in his private laboratory. The room smelled of herbs and exotic potions, and the walls were lined with ingredients that would make most ministry officials nervous. "Every time someone gazes into it, it creates a connection between our world and a parallel one, where different choices were made." Theodora's hair flashed crimson with frustration. But why now? That mirror was sealed away centuries ago. Someone must have activated it deliberately. Their investigation led them to discover more students being replaced by their alternate selves. Each change seemed to subtly alter the castle's history, creating a web of contradictions that threatened to unravel the very fabric of Hogwarts reality. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. While brewing a particularly complex Tempus Revelio potion, Scorpius noticed that all the changes had one thing in common: they made Hogwarts more divided, more fractured. Where once there had been inter-house friendships, now there was suspicion. Where there had been cooperation, now there was competition. Someone's trying to undo the unity that was forged during the Battle of Hogwarts, Theodora realized, her hair turning midnight blue with the gravity of the revelation. They're using the mirror to create a timeline where the houses never came together against Voldemort. Their suspicions were confirmed when they caught Anastasia Blackthorn, a seemingly innocent first year, performing an ancient ritual before the mirror. But Anastasia wasn't really 11. She was a time-displaced witch from the 1800s who believed that the mixing of magical traditions had weakened wizarding society. The great houses were meant to remain pure and separate. Anastasia's voice echoed through the chamber as she wielded magic far beyond her apparent years. Each time someone looks into the mirror, another piece of this corrupted timeline is replaced with one where tradition prevailed. The battle that followed was both magical and philosophical. As Theodora and Scorpius fought to reach the mirror, they had to defend not just against Anastasia's spells, but against alternate versions of themselves who believed in her cause. Theodora's metamorphagus abilities proved crucial, allowing her to identify the real versions of students from their alternates, while Scorpius's mastery of obscure potions helped them maintain their memories of the true timeline. The final confrontation came as the mirror's power reached its peak. The castle itself seemed to flicker between different versions of itself, sometimes a unified school, sometimes four separate magical academies that had never joined together. Theodora realized that their only hope was to use the mirror's own power against itself. "Show me what truly was," she commanded, focusing all her power on her metamorphagus ability to change, to adapt, to remain herself despite all transformations. Scorpius joined his power with hers, adding the precision of his potion's mastery to her wild ability to shift and change. The mirror's surface exploded with images. The founding of Hogwarts, the first sorting, centuries of students learning and growing together. It showed the truth that the houses were never meant to be purely separate, but to complement each other, creating stronger magic through their differences. Anastasia screamed as her ritual backfired, the mirror drawing her into itself along with all the alternate timelines she had tried to create. As the magical backlash subsided, Theodora and Scorpius found themselves back in a Hogwarts they recognized, where Lisa Chang was once again a Ravenclaw, and the houses maintained their healthy rivalry while remembering their fundamental unity. The mirror now hangs in a specially warded chamber deep within the Department of Mysteries, its surface occasionally rippling with possibilities that will never come to pass. But its greatest lesson remains at Hogwarts, where Theodora Lupin continues to teach transfiguration, her hair changing color with her moods, and Scorpius Snape brews his potions in the dungeons. They serve as living reminders that the strength of Hogwarts lies not in maintaining rigid separation between its houses, but in celebrating the unique magic that comes from their union. And sometimes, on quiet evenings when the castle seems to dream of what might have been, both professors remember their battle against the mirror that showed not what was desired, but what could have been, and how they proved that what is, when founded on unity and understanding, can be greater than any alternate reality. Story 3, Deep Beneath Hogwarts Castle. In the labyrinthine depths of the Chamber of Secrets, ancient magic stirred. The protective wards that had held firm for a millennium began to flicker like dying candlelight. Cassandra Prince felt at first a discordant resonance that made her Slytherin pendant vibrate against her chest during her solitary explorations of the chamber's forgotten corridors. Unlike her peers, who saw the Chamber of Secrets as a place of dark history best left untouched, Cassandra found solace in its serpentine passages. The 16-year-old Slytherin prefect had always been different, blessed or cursed, depending on who you asked, with the ability to sense magical resonances in a way that went beyond normal wizard sensitivity. And now, as she pressed her palm against the cold, damp stone, she felt something awakening. A sound echoed through the chamber, not the familiar hiss of water through ancient pipes, but something older, more primal. Words in a language she shouldn't understand, yet somehow did. The seals weakened, young speaker. The guardians stirred. The voice belonged to a creature that emerged from a previously hidden alcove, not a basilisk, but something equally ancient. It had the form of a spectral serpent made of swirling silver mist, its eyes holding the wisdom of centuries. "What guardians?" Cassandra whispered back in the same ancient tongue, surprising herself with the ease of it. "Who sealed them?" "The one you know as Salazar Slytherin," the spirit serpent responded. "But his tale is not what history remembers." Before she could question further, hurried footsteps echoed through the chamber. James Weasley, a Gryffindor 6th year with his father's red hair and his mother's quick wit, came rushing around the corner. "Prince, you need to come see this. Something's happening in the old tunnels. Cassandra's first instinct was to dismiss him. Gryffindors and Slytherins weren't supposed to cooperate, after all. But the urgency in his voice matched the disquiet in her magical senses. Following him through the twisting passages, they came to a section of wall where the stone itself seemed to be dissolving, revealing a chamber that shouldn't exist. Within, suspended in magical stasis, floated creatures that defied description, beings of shadow and light, their forms shifting between serpentine and humanoid. Ancient runes carved into their prison pulsed with weakening power. These aren't dark creatures, Cassandra realized, her magical sensitivity allowing her to read the true nature of their containment. They're guardians. Protectors. Over the next few weeks, Cassandra and James formed an unlikely alliance, piecing together the truth hidden in Salazar's personal journals and the whispered knowledge of the spirit serpents. The creatures weren't imprisoned out of malice, but necessity. They were the last line of defense against something far worse. Slytherin wasn't a dark wizard obsessed with blood purity. Cassandra explained one night in the restricted section of the library, surrounded by ancient texts. He was a guardian, tasked with containing an ancient force that threatened both magical and non-magical worlds alike. The blood purity rhetoric was a cover, a way to maintain magical bloodlines strong enough to continue the containment spells. James, who had grown up hearing stories of Slytherin's evil from his family, found his worldview challenged. But why all the secrecy? Why not tell the truth? Their answer came in the form of a crisis. As the final seals began to break, the truth revealed itself in terrifying clarity. Beyond our reality lurked beings of chaos, the Outer Ones, entities that saw ordered existence as an affront to be corrected. Salazar and his fellow founders had faced them once before, but only Salazar understood that the threat would return. He created the Chamber of Secrets, not as a weapon against Muggle-borns, but as a final fortress against chaos itself. The guardian creatures were meant to be awakened only in the direst need, each when bound to a specific bloodline that could control them. Cassandra's own lineage, she discovered, was one such line, explaining her unique abilities and connection to the chamber. As the seals continued to fail, reality itself began to waver. Strange lights appeared in the forbidden forest, and students reported seeing impossible things in the castle's shadows. The time had come to either reinforce the ancient bindings or find a new way to protect their world. James proved crucial in finding a solution. His family's connection to ancient magic, combined with Cassandra's innate understanding of Slytherin's work, revealed a third option. Instead of containing the chaos, they could redirect it, using the guardian creatures to establish a permanent barrier between realities. The ritual required both Gryffindor courage and Slytherin cunning. As the Outer Ones pressed against the failing barriers of reality, Cassandra and James worked together in the heart of the Chamber of Secrets. She communicated with the guardian creatures in their ancient tongue, while he channeled the bold, protective magic that was his birthright. The castle trembled as chaos and order clashed. But in that moment of crisis, the truth of Hogwarts' founding was revealed. It was never meant to divide students by their traits, but to bring together different kinds of magic that, when combined, could achieve the impossible. The guardian creatures, finally awakened from their millennial slumber, formed a living barrier against the void, their forms weaving together light and shadow in an eternal dance of protection. The threat was contained, not through imprisonment, but through transformation and balance. In the aftermath, Cassandra and James became the keepers of a new truth about Salazar Slytherin, not a dark wizard, but a guardian who understood that sometimes the greatest heroes must appear as villains to protect what they love. The Chamber of Secrets remained, no longer a place of darkness, but a testament to the power of understanding between houses. And in the deepest part of the chamber, where the spirit serpents still whisper ancient wisdom. A new inscription appeared beneath Salazar's statue. In shadow we find light, in difference we find strength, and in the union of opposed forces we find the power to preserve all that is worth saving. The true legacy of Salazar Slytherin lived on. Not in prejudice and division, but in the enduring protection of both magical and mundane worlds, guarded by those who understood that real power lies not in purity, but in the strength that comes from unity in diversity. Story 4. The autumn wind whispered through the towers of Hogwarts, carrying with it the scent of ancient magic and impending change. Professor Marcus Gryffindor stood at the entrance of the Great Hall, his crimson robes billowing slightly as students filed past him for the start of term feast. Each face that turned to study him by the same mixture of awe and curiosity after all. It wasn't every day that a direct descendant of Godric Gryffindor himself returned to Hogwarts. What they didn't see was the darkness lurking beneath his skin, spreading through his veins like ink in water. Marcus could feel it growing stronger with each passing day, the ancient curse that had haunted his bloodline for generations, waiting to claim its final victim. His first defense against the dark arts class was with the 5th years, among them Luna Potter, a Hufflepuff with her grandmother's silvery eyes and her father's untamed black hair. While demonstrating a particularly complex shield charm, Marcus felt the curse surge within him. His hand trembled, and for a brief moment, his reflection in the classroom window showed not his human face, but something ancient and terrifying, scales gleaming beneath skin, eyes burning with an inner fire that spoke of primitive magic. Luna noticed. Of course she did. She had inherited not just her father's looks, but her mother's perceptiveness. After class, she lingered behind, her voice soft but steady. Professor, I've been having dreams about a golden lion turning to shadow. I think they're about you. Marcus should have dismissed her concerns, maintained the professional distance expected between teacher and student. Instead, he found himself sharing the truth. The curse of the Gryffindor line, he explained, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the dark veins spreading across his arm. Legend says Godric himself placed it upon our family, though no one knows why. Each generation, it grows stronger, the transformation more complete. Luna's response surprised him. But what if it's not a curse at all? What if it's protection? Over the next few months, as autumn deepened into winter, Marcus and Luna delved into the mystery of the Gryffindor curse. They discovered ancient texts hidden in the Room of Requirement, journals kept by Marcus's ancestors, documenting their own battles with the transformation. Each generation had fought against it, seeing it as a corruption of their human nature. But Luna saw patterns they had missed. The curse grew stronger during times of great magical upheaval. Each transformation had coincided with a threat to the wizarding world wars, dark risings, moments when the balance of magic itself was in danger. Their breakthrough came during the winter solstice. Marcus's transformation had progressed to the point where he could barely maintain his human form. Looking more beast than man, he sequestered himself in his office, fighting against the final change. Luna found him there, clutching Godric Gryffindor's personal grimoire, a book she had discovered hidden within the Sorting Hat itself. "Listen to this," she said, her voice trembling with excitement as she read from the ancient pages. "In times of gravest peril, when magic itself hangs in the balance, the guardian must arise. From my blood, I forge a key. From my magic, I forge a lock. From my soul, I forge a guardian to stand against the coming darkness. Each generation shall carry this gift, growing stronger until the time of greatest need, when the last of my line shall assume the mantle of protection in its fullest form, as if triggered by her words. the transformation seized Marcus with unprecedented force. But this time, instead of fighting it, he listened to Luna's guidance and embraced it. The change swept through him like wildfire, but instead of the corrupted form he had feared, he found himself transformed into a creature of light and power, a magical being that combined the nobility of the lion with the wisdom of the ages. In his new form, Marcus could see the truth. An ancient dark force was stirring, attempting to siphon the very essence of magic from the world. Godric hadn't cursed his line, he had blessed them, creating guardians who could stand against this threat when it finally emerged. The transformation wasn't a descent into darkness, but an ascension to a more primal, powerful form of magic. Luna's role became clear as well. Her dreams weren't just predictions. They were guidance from magic itself. The Potters had always possessed a unique connection to ancient magic, and in Luna, this gift had manifested as the ability to understand and guide the Guardian's transformation. The final battle took place in the heart of the Forbidden Forest during the longest night of the year. The dark force revealed itself a sentient void that fed on magic, growing stronger with each spell it devoured. Normal wizarding defenses proved useless against it. But Marcus, in his transformed state, could fight it on its own level, wielding magic in its purest form. Luna stood beside him, her own magic resonating with his transformed state, creating a harmony between the ancient power of the Gryffindor line and the pure magical understanding of the Potters. Together, they didn't just defeat the void, they transformed it, turning its hunger for magic into a force for renewal and balance. When the sun rose on the winter solstice, Marcus found he could shift between his human and guardian forms at will. The curse that had haunted his family for generations was revealed as a gift, the ability to stand between the mundane and magical worlds, protecting both from threats they couldn't even comprehend. Luna Potter became more than just a student. She became the first of a new tradition at Hogwarts. The Gryffindor Guardian would always need a Potter guide, someone who could help bridge the gap between ancient magic and the modern world. And in the Hogwarts library, a new chapter was added to Hogwarts, a history telling the true story of Godric's legacy, not just as a founder of the school, but as the creator of a line of guardians who would ensure that magic, in all its forms, would always have its defenders. The last of the Gryffindor line had not marked the end of a curse, but the fulfillment of a prophecy. And in the years that followed, students would sometimes glimpse a magnificent leonine figure patrolling the edges of the Forbidden Forest, guarding the boundaries between worlds, with a silver-eyed witch walking confidently by its side. Story 5. Snow fell softly on the ancient towers of Hogwarts as Aurora Blackthorn made her way through the restricted section of the library, her wandlight casting dancing shadows among the towering shelves. The Ravenclaw prefect's fingers traced along weathered spines until they found what they sought, a tome bound in midnight blue leather, its pages edged in silver. Artifacts of the Founders, a complete history, seemed to hum beneath her touch, as if recognizing a kindred spirit in this Muggle-born witch who had spent 6 years proving herself worthy of her house's legacy. The book fell open to a page she had never seen before, though she had read it countless times. There, written in shifting ink that seemed to catch the wandlight like liquid mercury, was the legend of the Wand of the Four Winds, an artifact of immense power, crafted by the Founders themselves from elements that embodied the essence of their houses. Fascinating reading, isn't it, Blackthorn? The drawling voice made Aurora jump. Dominic Malfoy emerged from between the shelves, his Slytherin prefect badge gleaming in the wandlight. Though I wouldn't expect a Muggle-born to truly appreciate the significance of such an artifact before Aurora could retort, the air between them suddenly crackled with ancient magic. The book's pages began to glow, projecting an image of 4 familiar figures, the founders of Hogwarts, standing around a wand that pulsed with elemental energy. As they watched, the founders raised their own wands, and the artifact separated into 4 fragments, each disappearing in a flash of their respective house colors. They divided it, Aurora whispered, her academic mind racing. But why? The answer came in the form of a distant explosion that shook the castle to its foundations. Racing to the library windows, they saw dark-robed figures emerging from the forbidden forest, wielding magic that made the very air shimmer with unnatural power. The Order of Primal Magic. Dominic's voice had lost its usual arrogance, replaced by genuine concern. They've been infiltrating the school all year, hiding among the staff. My father warned me about them fanatics who believe modern magic has become too diluted, too weak. They seek artifacts of pure magical power, like the Wand of the Four Winds, Aurora finished. We have to find the fragments before they do. What followed was a race against time through the secret heart of Hogwarts. Aurora's brilliant mind pieced together the clues left in ancient texts, while Dominic's deep knowledge of pureblood traditions helped them navigate the magical protections left by the founders. They found Ravenclaw's fragment hidden within a puzzle box that required solving riddles in 5 different magical languages. Hufflepuff's piece was protected by a maze of living plants that responded only to patience and kindness. Gryffindor's section lay at the heart of a chamber that tested not just courage, but the wisdom to know when not to fight. But it was Slytherin's fragment that proved most challenging and most revealing. Hidden in a chamber beneath the lake, it was guarded not by dark magic as legend suggested, but by a test of true nobility and sacrifice. Dominic faced a choice: claim the power his ancestors had sought for generations, or trust it to a Muggle-born witch who had proven her worth time and again. To Aurora's surprise, he handed her the fragment without hesitation. My family's obsession with blood purity cost us our true legacy, he said quietly. Slytherin's power was never about birth. It was about ambition tempered by wisdom, cunning guided by principle. They reassembled the wand, just as the Order of Primal Magic breached the castle's inner defenses. The leader of the Order, revealed to be their defense against the dark arts professor, confronted them in the Great Hall, her disguise melting away to reveal ancient runes carved into her skin, pulsing with raw magical energy. "You children play with forces you cannot comprehend," she snarled. "Modern magic is a pale shadow of what it once was. With the Wand of the Four Winds, we will strip away the centuries of domestication and return magic to its primal state." But as Aurora and Dominic stood together, the reconstructed wand between them, they understood what the founders had known centuries ago. True magic wasn't about raw power, it was about unity, about different types of magic working in harmony. The wand hadn't been divided to weaken it, but to ensure that only those who understood this truth could ever wield its full power. Together, they raised the wand. Aurora's brilliant mind merged with Dominic's innate magical strength, their combined power channeled through an artifact that had waited centuries for wielders who understood its true purpose. The resulting spell wasn't a display of destructive force, but rather a wave of pure magical harmony that dissolved the Order's corrupted enchantments like mist before the morning sun. In the aftermath, as the sun rose over Hogwarts, Aurora and Dominic made one final discovery. The Wand of the Four Winds wasn't meant to be reassembled permanently. Its true power lay not in the completed artifact, but in the lesson its quest had taught them. They separated it once again, hiding the fragments in new locations throughout the castle, protected not just by spells, but by the understanding that true power comes from unity despite differences. Years later, students would whisper about the unlikely friendship between the Ravenclaw Muggle-born and the Slytherin heir, not knowing that they were the guardians of one of Hogwarts' greatest secrets. And in times of need, when the castle faced new threats, their example would be remembered how the brightest witch of her year and the heir to an ancient magical bloodline proved that the greatest magic comes not from power alone, but from the ability to bridge ancient divides. The wand of the four winds remained divided, but not broken, much like Hogwarts itself, its true strength lying not in uniformity, but in the power that comes when different types of magic and different types of wizards work as one. Story 6. The ancient tower of Hogwarts cast long shadows in the dying light of day, but Professor Aurora Blackthorn's attention was fixed on something far more peculiar, a book that shouldn't exist. The grimoire lay open on her desk, its pages seeming to shift between states of decay and newness, as if time itself couldn't decide their age. She had discovered it in a hidden chamber behind her office wall, revealed only when a stray spell had caused the stones to ripple like water. The tome's cover bore no title, only an intricate symbol of an hourglass wrapped in thorny vines, its sand flowing both up and down simultaneously. As her fingers traced the ancient runes on its pages, the air around her grew thick with magic. The words seemed to move of their own accord, rearranging themselves into messages meant only for her. To the chronist who finds this tome, beware. Time is not a river to be dammed, but an ocean that demands respect. We, the Order of Temporal Mysteries, left this warning for those who would follow. Before she could read further, a scream echoed through the corridor outside, then the same scream again, and again, overlapping itself in impossible ways. Aurora rushed to her door to find a first-year student, Timothy Hughes, standing in the hallway. But it wasn't just one Timothy. There were three of him, each moving in slightly different ways, each occupying the same space, yet somehow remaining distinct. Professor. All three Timothys cried in unison, their voices creating an eerie chorus. I was just walking to the library, but then I saw myself coming the other way, and then another me appeared, and Aurora's heart raced as she recognized the signs. The grimoire had warned of this temporal fractures, places where the fabric of time had begun to tear. She hurried back to the book, its pages now glowing with an inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Over the next few days, the incidents multiplied. Students found themselves walking into classrooms only to see lessons that had happened years ago, or ones that hadn't happened yet. Ghosts began appearing in multiple places simultaneously, confused about which century they were haunting. Even the portraits were affected, their subjects sliding between different ages of their lives mid-conversation. Through it all, Aurora pored over the grimoire, learning of the chronists, an ancient order of wizards who had mastered the art of temporal magic. They had been guardians of time itself, ensuring the proper flow of history. But they had also discovered something terrible, a being that existed between moments, a creature of chaos that fed on temporal energy. The chronists had sealed this entity away, binding it in a prison that existed outside of time itself. But now, centuries later, those bindings were failing. The creature was awakening, and reality was beginning to crack under the strain. Late one night, as Aurora studied a particularly complex temporal theorem, she felt a shift in the air. Looking up, she saw her office transition through hundreds of years in the span of seconds from its current state to its original construction, to various points throughout history, and even to possible futures where nature had reclaimed the castle entirely. In one of these temporal shifts, she saw him, a figure composed of swirling time streams, with eyes that contained the birth and death of universes. The time devourer had awakened. The entity spoke in a voice that existed in all moments at once, creating a cascade of echoes that rippled through past and future. Freedom, it said, the word aging and rejuvenating the very stones around it. The seals are broken, and time shall feed my hunger once more. Aurora knew she had only one chance. The grimoire had taught her the spells of the chronists, but it had also taught her their greatest lesson. Time magic wasn't about control, but about harmony. The Time Devourer's power came from disruption, from breaking the natural flow of moments. Drawing her wand, Aurora began to cast in the ancient language of the chronists. Time magic swirled around her like golden sand, each grain containing a moment of history. The Time Devourer launched its attack, sending waves of chaotic temporal energy that caused reality to buckle and warp. But Aurora had an advantage the ancient chronists hadn't possessed. She understood that time wasn't just a force to be controlled, but a story to be preserved. Every spell she cast was fueled not by the desire to dominate time, but to protect the countless stories unfolding within it. The battle raged across multiple timelines simultaneously. In one moment, they fought in the castle's founding days. In another, centuries into the future. Students and teachers from every era of Hogwarts history witnessed fragments of the conflict, their own time streams briefly intersecting with the battle. In the end, Aurora realized the entity couldn't be resealed. It was too powerful, too fundamental to the nature of time itself. Instead, she did something unprecedented. She offered it harmony. Using the grimoire's knowledge and her own understanding of time's true nature, she created a new kind of temporal matrix, one that would allow the entity to exist within the flow of time, rather than fighting against it. As her magic took hold, the Time Devourer's form began to change. Its chaos transformed into pattern, its hunger into purpose. It became something new, a guardian of time, rather than its destroyer, bound not by chains, but by understanding. When the temporal storms finally settled, Hogwarts remained standing, though changed in subtle ways. The castle now existed in perfect temporal harmony, past, present, and future flowing together in a delicate dance. Sometimes students would catch glimpses of other times through the windows, or hear echoes of lessons from centuries past in empty classrooms. Aurora kept the grimoire, continuing to study its secrets, but now with a deeper appreciation for the true nature of time. And if students paid attention during particularly quiet moments, they might notice how their professor of temporal magic seemed to move in perfect synchronization with time itself, her movements flowing like sand in an hourglass, keeping rhythm with a dance that had begun at the dawn of time and would continue until its end. Story 7. Dawn painted the forbidden forest in shades of gold and shadow as Professor Magnus Thornhart made his way through the ancient trees. 20 years of teaching care of magical creatures had taught him to read the forest's moods, and today something was different. The centaurs had been restless, the thestrals unusually agitated, and even the normally boisterous bowtruckles had fallen silent. A flash of crystalline light caught his eye like sunlight through a prism, but impossibly bright for this early hour. Following the gleam, Magnus pushed through a thicket of thorns that seemed to part at his touch, revealing a clearing he'd never seen before. There, nestled in a bed of luminescent moss, lay a dragon hatchling unlike any he'd ever encountered. Its scales were pure crystal, transparent as diamond, but with depths that seemed to hold galaxies. As it turned its head to look at him, its eyes sparkled with intelligence far beyond that of a normal newborn. Extraordinary, Magnus breathed, kneeling beside the creature. The dragon chirped, a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and pressed its crystalline head into his palm. The moment their skin touched, Magnus gasped as ancient memories flooded his mind, memories that weren't his own. He saw Hogwarts as it was being built, saw 4 figures standing proud and tall, but one of them shimmered and changed, taking the form of a majestic crystal dragon. Rowena Ravenclaw, but not as history knew her. The dragon in his memories bore the same crystalline scales as the hatchling before him, The vision shifted, showing darkness seeping from the forest's heart, a malevolent force that threatened to consume the fledgling school. Rowena, in her dragon form, had made a terrible choice binding herself to an ancient entity of shadow to protect the castle, but at a terrible price. She would remain trapped in dragon form, crystallized and dormant, until the day came when the shadows would rise again. As the vision faded, Magnus looked at the hatchling with new understanding. This wasn't just any dragon, this was Rowena Ravenclaw herself, reborn after 1,000 years of crystal sleep. But her rebirth meant something else. The shadows were returning. Over the next few weeks, Magnus secretly raised the crystal dragon in a hidden chamber beneath the castle. He named her Aurora, for the way her scales caught and transformed light into spectacular displays. Their bond grew stronger each day, as did Aurora herself, soon reaching the size of a horse. Through their mental connection, she shared more memories of the ancient past, of the pact she had made, and of the darkness that now stirred once more. The first sign of trouble came during the autumn equinox. Shadows in the castle began behaving strangely, stretching too long, moving against the light, whispering in voices that made students shiver. The portraits reported dark shapes slithering through their frames at night, and the ghosts spoke of an ancient evil awakening. Magnus knew they were running out of time. Aurora had shown him that the shadow entity was bound to the castle itself, using the very magic that protected Hogwarts as its prison. But now, with her crystalline form no longer maintaining the seal, it was breaking free. The crisis came to a head on a moonless night. Shadows poured from every corner of the castle, forming into creatures of nightmare, dark reflections of every magical beast Magnus had ever encountered. Students huddled in their common rooms as living darkness stalked the corridors. In the great hall, Magnus stood beside Aurora, now fully grown, her crystalline body illuminating the darkness with prismatic light. The shadow entity rose before them, a writhing mass of darkness that spoke in a voice like grinding stones. "The pact is broken," it rumbled. "The castle's magic will be mine." But Aurora had learned something in her rebirth that Rowena hadn't known 1,000 years ago. The entity's power came from division, from the separation of light and shadow, knowledge and ignorance, past and present. The solution wasn't to bind it, but to unite with it. As shadows surged forward, Aurora spread her crystal wings. Light exploded from every facet of her body, not driving away the darkness, but transforming it. She had become a living prism, taking in the shadow and splitting it into all the colors of creation. Magnus felt their connection pulse with understanding. Raising his wand, he began channeling the castle's magic through Aurora's crystalline form. She became a lens, focusing 1,000 years of magical energy, transforming the shadow entity's darkness into pure magical potential. The battle that followed was like nothing in the history books. Shadow and light danced through the great hall, weaving together into patterns of impossible beauty. Aurora's crystal scales resonated with the frequency of magic itself, singing a song that hadn't been heard since the founding of Hogwarts. In the end, it wasn't combat that won the day, but transformation. The shadow entity, faced with Aurora's prismatic power, began to change. Its darkness didn't vanish, but was transformed, becoming part of the castle's very foundation, not as a threat, but as a source of balance and power. When it was over, Aurora landed beside Magnus, her crystal scales now containing swirls of shadow that moved like auroras beneath their transparent surface. She had become a living embodiment of the unity between light and dark, a guardian who understood that both were necessary for magic to truly flourish. Years later, students would sometimes glimpse a crystal dragon soaring around the castle's towers at twilight, her scales catching the light and throwing rainbows across the grounds. And if they paid attention in Care of Magical Creatures class, they might notice how Professor Thornhart's eyes sparkled with prismatic light when he spoke of the balance between light and shadow, and the wisdom of embracing both. For in the end, the greatest magic comes not from binding or banishing the darkness, but from understanding that it's an essential part of the whole lesson taught by a crystal dragon who learned to transform shadow into light, and a professor who helped her change the very nature of magic itself. Story 8. The dungeons of Hogwarts held many secrets, but none quite like Professor Celine Moonweaver's private laboratory. Moonlight filtered through enchanted windows, casting an ethereal glow over countless crystals that hung suspended in the air, each containing swirling, silvery memories that pulsed with their own inner light. Celine stood before her latest creation, a crystal the size of her palm, its facets catching and refracting the moonlight in impossible ways. Within its depths, a memory danced, the first time she'd successfully brewed the draft of living death. But this was more than just a pensive memory. This was something new, something revolutionary. Crystalline memoriam, she whispered, touching her wand to the crystal's surface. The memory sprang to life, not as a mere projection, but as a tangible scene that filled the room. She could smell the ingredients, feel the heat of the cauldron, experience every detail as if she were living it again. A knock at her door shattered the illusion. 3 figures stood in the doorway, wearing robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver symbols that seemed to shift and change. The guardians of memory had arrived. Your achievement has not gone unnoticed, Professor Moonweaver, the tallest of them, spoke, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. We have waited long for someone to rediscover this art. They told her an incredible tale. The founders of Hogwarts had not merely been great wizards, they had been the culmination of an ancient magical tradition, one that understood memory as the deepest form of magic. But crucial memories had been stolen from them, fragments of knowledge that could reshape the magical world. Your crystals, the female guardian explained, her eyes reflecting the swirling memories around them, are the key to recovering what was lost. Will you help us restore what was taken? Celine agreed, not fully understanding the weight of her decision. The guardians taught her forgotten techniques, showing her how to capture not just personal memories, but the memories of places, of objects, of magic itself. Under their tutelage, her crystals grew more powerful, more perfect. But something wasn't right. Each time she successfully recovered an ancient memory, the guardians grew more agitated, more demanding, and the memories themselves. There was something wrong about them, something that made the shadows in her laboratory grow deeper, made the castle's very stones seem to shudder. Late one night, as she worked to crystallize a particularly ancient memory, she noticed something in its depths of reflection that shouldn't have been there. Within the swirling silver mists, she saw the guardians as they truly were, not as preservers of knowledge, but as its devourers. The truth hit her like a physical blow. These weren't memories that had been stolen, they had been deliberately sealed away. The founders hadn't lost their knowledge. They had sacrificed it to contain something terrible, something that fed on memories themselves. But it was too late. The guardians had what they needed. In the Great Hall, they began a ritual using her crystals, attempting to unlock all the sealed memories at once. The air crackled with power as ancient bindings began to unravel. Celine knew she had to act. Racing through the castle's corridors, she gathered every crystal she had created, each one containing a fragment of recovered memory. The guardians had taught her how memories could be captured and restored, but they hadn't considered that the same techniques could be used to trap them. As the ritual reached its crescendo, Celine burst into the Great Hall, her crystals orbiting around her like stars. You wanted memories? She called out, her voice ringing with power. Then take them all. She had modified her crystals, turning them from vessels into prisons. As the Guardians reached the peak of their power, drawing upon centuries of sealed memories, Celine activated her trap. The crystals blazed with blinding light, not just capturing the released memories, but the Guardians themselves. The battle that followed was fought not with spells, but with memories themselves. Images of ancient powers and forgotten magics filled the hall like aurora borealis. The Guardians tried to overwhelm her with the weight of centuries, but Celine stood firm, using every technique they had taught her against them. In the end, it came down to a simple truth. Memories might be powerful, but they were nothing compared to the present moment, to the living will to protect and preserve. One by one, the Guardians were drawn into the crystals, their forms dissolving into swirling silver mist. When it was over, Celine stood alone in the great hall, surrounded by crystals that now contained both the sealed memories and there would be devourers. She understood now why some knowledge was meant to stay forgotten, why some memories were better left undisturbed. Deep beneath Hogwarts, in a chamber warded with protections old and new, Celine created a crystalline archive. There, the dangerous memories would stay contained, preserved, but protected, a reminder that not all knowledge was meant to be reclaimed. Years later, students would sometimes see strange lights dancing in Professor Moonweaver's laboratory, like captured stars twinkling in the dungeon's darkness. And if they looked closely at their potions professor, they might notice how she seemed to glow faintly in moonlight, her eyes holding secrets that sparkled like crystals in the dark. For Celine had learned that the true power of memories lay not in preserving them perfectly, but in understanding which ones needed to remain in the past, sealed away in crystals that would never see the light of day again. Story 9. Professor Corvus Shadowman's footsteps echoed through the empty corridor of Hogwarts' 7th floor, his wand casting a pale blue light that danced across the ancient stones. The castle felt different at midnight, more alive, more aware. Tonight, something pulled him forward, an inexplicable force that made the shadows seem deeper, more purposeful. His silver-trimmed black robe swept the floor as he paused before a section of wall that seemed to breathe. 20 years of teaching defense against the dark arts had taught him to trust his instincts, and right now, every fiber of his being hummed with warning and wonder. The stones rippled like water, and a doorway materialized, not the familiar entrance of the room of requirement, but something older, darker. Ancient runes carved into the arch pulsed with a deep purple light, casting strange shadows that moved against the natural fall of his wand light. Curious, he whispered, his deep voice barely disturbing the midnight air. As he stepped closer, his reflection in the obsidian surface of the doorway smiled back at him, but there was something wrong with that smile, something hungry. Before he could step back, the surface liquefied, and phantom hands pulled him through. He emerged into a Hogwarts that wasn't Hogwarts. The corridors were formed of living shadow, the walls rippling like dark silk in a phantom wind. Portraits lined the walls as they did in the real castle, but these showed twisted versions of familiar faces, their eyes too dark, their smiles too wide, their movements too sharp. "Welcome, brother," a voice called his own voice, but wrong. From the shadows stepped his mirror image, but this version of Corvus wore robes that seemed to be woven from darkness itself, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural purple light. "I've been waiting years for you to find the gate." The shadow Corvus explained the truth of this mirror realm, a place where every choice branched into shadow, where the darker path of every decision manifested physically. This was the Hogwarts of might have beens, of roads not taken, of temptations embraced rather than rejected. "Imagine it," Shadow Corvus purred, gesturing to the dark grandeur around them. "A realm where power flows freely, unrestrained by petty morality. Where magic answers to will alone, he waved his hand, and the shadows danced, forming shapes of incredible beauty and terrible potential. This could be ours, both of ours, but Corvus saw the truth in the twisted portraits, in the way the shadows hungered. This realm wasn't freedom. It was corruption given form. His counterpart hadn't embraced power. He'd surrendered to it. Days passed in the real Hogwarts, and students whispered about their missing professor. Strange shadows crept along the walls, and portraits reported seeing two versions of Corvus stalking the halls at night, one trying to seal the growing rifts between worlds, the other working to tear them wider. The conflict came to a head in the Great Hall, where the barrier between realms had grown thinnest. Shadow Corvus had discovered an ancient ritual that would merge the two Hogwarts, allowing the darkness to spill fully into the world of light. The price would be the souls of every student in the castle, their life force feeding the transformation. Real Corvus stood before the mirror gate, his wand raised. Behind him, hundreds of floating candles illuminated the hall, each flame a barrier against the encroaching darkness. Before him, his shadow self conducted a ritual that made the very air crack with power. "You fool," Shadow Corvus snarled, purple energy crackling around him. "You've seen what we could become, the power we could wield." "I've seen what it's cost you," Corvus replied, his voice steady. "Your humanity, your soul, even your magic, it's not yours anymore, is it? It owns you." The battle that followed shook the foundations of both castles. Spells of light and shadow collided, creating auroras of impossible colors. The shadow portraits screamed in their frames as reality buckled and warped around the dueling professors. But Corvus had realized something his counterpart had forgotten. True power came from protection, not domination. With every spell he cast to defend his students, his magic grew stronger. With every shadow he banished to protect his beloved castle, his light burned brighter. In the end, it wasn't a spell that won the day, but a choice. As Shadow Corvus launched a final, devastating attack, Corvus dropped his wand and stepped forward, embracing his darker self. "I forgive you," he whispered, "and I accept you." The Shadow Realm shuddered. Shadow Corvus screamed not in rage, but in release. The darkness that had corrupted him for so long faced something it couldn't twist or corrupt: acceptance and compassion. Light blazed from the point where the two Corvuses met, and when it faded, only one remained. Corvus Shadowman stood alone in the real Great Hall, his robes now trimmed with both silver and shadow. The mirror gate had vanished, sealed by the reconciliation of light and dark within one soul. In the years that followed, students would say Professor Shadowman's lessons changed. He still taught defense against the dark arts, but now he spoke of understanding darkness rather than just fighting it. His magic carried hints of shadow, but they were shadows that protected, shadows that sheltered proof that even the darkest parts of ourselves can be transformed when faced with courage and compassion. Late at night, he still walks the corridors of Hogwarts. Sometimes in the deepest shadows, his reflection might show a purple glint in its eyes, not a sign of corruption now, but a reminder of the choice he made, the battle he won not by fighting darkness, but by accepting and transforming it. And if students look closely, they might notice how the shadows in the castle moved differently around him, not threatening, but protective, like a cloak wrapped around a trusted friend. For in the end, Corvus Shadowman learned that the greatest victory over darkness isn't to banish it, but to understand it, to accept it, and to transform it into something that serves the light. Story 10. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered their secrets at midnight, but only Professor Iris Starweaver could hear them. She stood at her tower window, her silver-streaked hair catching moonlight as her fingers traced patterns on the glass. The dreams had returned more vivid than ever, of endless shelves stretching into shadow, of books whose pages turned themselves, of knowledge that sang in voices older than time. But tonight was different. Tonight, the dreams had leaked into reality. Professor Starweaver. A trembling voice drew her attention to the doorway. There stood Emily Chen, a sixth-year student, her face pale in the candlelight. I saw it too. The library. The one that goes on forever. Iris's heart skipped a beat. In 20 years of teaching divination, she had never encountered a student who shared her visions. Come in, Miss Chen. Tell me everything, as Emily described her dream crystalline chandeliers floating in impossible geometries, books bound in materials that shouldn't exist, whispers that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. Iris felt the familiar pull of prophecy tightening around her chest. This was no coincidence. By morning, 3 more students had appeared at her door, each bearing the same haunted look. By afternoon, 2 of them wouldn't wake up. The hospital wing filled quickly. Madame Pomfrey's diagnostic spells revealed nothing physically wrong with the sleeping students, but their eyes darted rapidly beneath closed lids, lost in dreams of leather-bound volumes and endless aisles. Iris knew she had to act. That night, she descended to the depths of the castle, to a chamber few knew existed. Ancient tapestries adorned the walls, their threads shimmering with enchantments that had outlived their creators. At the chamber's heart stood a mirror unlike any other. Its surface rippled like liquid starlight, and the frame was carved with runes that seemed to shift when viewed directly. I know you've been calling to me, Iris whispered, pressing her palm against the cool surface. Show me the truth. The mirror's surface swirled, and a face emerged, ancient, lined with wisdom and sorrow. At last, it spoke, its voice carrying the dust of centuries. The Starweaver bloodline remembers. The truth poured forth like water from a broken dam. The Library of Dreams was no mere fantasy. It was a prison, crafted by the founders themselves to contain an entity of pure thought and infinite hunger. The first Starweaver had been its jailer, tasked with keeping the boundary between dreams and reality intact. Generation after generation had carried this duty until the knowledge was lost. Until now. The seals are failing, the ancient guardian explained. The devourer of dreams stirs. It feeds on knowledge, on memories, on the very essence of thought. Your students are but the beginning. Iris learned of her heritage, of the power that ran through her veins, the ability to walk the paths between reality and dreams, to bind and to banish. But the price of such power was steep. Each Starweaver before her had sacrificed a piece of themselves to maintain the prison. Armed with this knowledge, she prepared for what must be done. In her chambers, she brewed a potion of lucid dreaming, adding strands of her own silver hair and tears freely given. As the clock struck midnight, she drank deeply and lay down upon a bed of enchanted moonflowers. The transition was immediate. She stood in a vast hall that defied physics. Staircases spiraled impossibly. Books floated like schools of fish, and knowledge literally hung in the air as shimmering threads of light. Here, she found her students, wandering the endless aisles, their eyes glazed with wonder as they reached for volumes that promised unlimited knowledge. Do not touch the books, she commanded, her voice carrying the weight of her bloodline. They are not what they seem. At the library's heart, she discovered the truth of her visions. The devourer was a creature of pure thought, a being of swirling darkness and hungry light. It had taken the form of a librarian, offering knowledge freely, but each book was a trap, each page a chain to bind the reader's mind to this realm forever. The battle that followed was not one of spells and curses, but of will and wisdom. Iris faced the entity with the strength of her ancestors, wielding the power of dreams themselves. She spoke words that had never been spoken in the waking world, drew sigils of starlight with her fingers, and began the ancient ritual of binding. The devourer fought back with memories stolen from countless minds, showing her futures that could be, knowledge that could transform the world, power beyond imagination. But Iris remembered the faces of her sleeping students, thought of the countless minds that would be lost if she failed, and stood firm. In the end, it came down to a choice. The same choice every Starweaver before her had faced: sacrifice a piece of herself to strengthen the prison. She chose her own most precious memories her first day at Hogwarts, her first successful prophecy, the day she was appointed professor. As these memories dissolved into the binding spell, she felt them fade like stars at dawn, leaving only the knowledge that they had once existed. The prison was sealed anew, stronger than before. One by one, her students began to wake in the hospital wing, remembering their adventure only as a distant dream. But the price of victory would remain. Iris returned to her teaching, knowing she had lost something precious, but unable to remember exactly what. Now, on quiet nights, she still stands at her tower window, watching the stars wheel overhead. Sometimes she catches glimpses of memories in their light fragments of a life half remembered. But she smiles, knowing that some prices are worth paying, some sacrifices worth making. And in the depths of Hogwarts, behind a mirror that ripples like liquid starlight, the Library of Dreams remains sealed, its dangers contained by the sacrifice of a professor who gave up her most treasured memories to save her students' minds. Yet sometimes, in the deepest hours of night, students speak of dreams filled with endless books and impossible knowledge. And if they look closely at their divination professor, they might notice how she pauses sometimes, as if listening to whispers only she can hear, her silver-streaked hair catching the light, just so a guardian at the edge of dreams, keeping watch over the boundaries between what is and what could be.